this session. So we're in the breakout session already, and I'm Celine from the University of Warwick, and I'm your facilitator for today. We are going to basically follow the same format as we did in the breakout groups yesterday. And this particular round, we're going to look at the challenges. So we're going to look at, can you put the questions up? So the guiding question for this breakout group would be what the barriers and challenges are for just energy transition in the transport sector to scale up mitigation, ambition, and implementation. And we're supposed to take into account the discussions from this morning in terms of the discussions on finance, which I gave a presentation on, and Ben from the World Bank gave a presentation as well. So if we could have contributions and reflections on the question that we have to address in terms of the opportunities, best practices, but also, importantly, the challenges and the barriers facing your countries, that'd be great. So I will open the floor up to discussion. Yeah. Colombia. Yes, please put up your, no flags, but the labels.
Thank you. In general, we think that there is a big opportunity that would allow us to mobilize finance at the same time that you promote ambition. And the way to do it is to create innovative financing schemes, mechanisms, and instruments that privilege strong ambition in developing countries. Strong ambition in developing countries should be also backed by strong MRV systems and transparency systems that offer the information to the investors that is needed to go ahead with concessional financing schemes from one side, but the financing flows and provision of finance should also privilege those countries that show strong and specific signals aligned with science in terms of climate change ambition. In particular, in Colombia, we have road transport fleet. Our road transport fleet is made up of more than 18 million vehicles. Around 60 of them are motorcycles, 35% are light-duty vehicles, and the rest are heavy-duty vehicles. And we have several issues in terms, especially in terms of the age of our fleet. And we have not found yet an effective mechanism to renew that fleet. So even though we have a world-class standard for new diesel vehicles that come to the country, and we're having a lot of efforts in terms of electric public transportation, the effort is not that evident when you don't have mechanisms, financial mechanisms, to renew your fleet. In accordance to our projections, we would need between 2024 and 2030 more than $4 billion to reach our ambitious target of having 600,000 vehicles in our roads by 2030. And even though we have had a lot of mechanisms as the green taxonomy and so on, we think that there are a lot of opportunities that should be framed, as I said, to privilege those situations or those countries that offer the best conditions in terms of transparency and also in terms of ambition. What I'm saying is that there has to be a positive cycle of financing, concessional financing, promoting ambition, and ambition promoting concessional finance. That will be a very good virtuous circle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Do we have any other contributions? Certainly one aspect to look at in terms of financing is the question of innovative financing instruments. And that term itself, I think, is still quite debated as to what it constitutes innovative. But your contribution to say that that should be also premised on ambition of countries. Yeah, so does anyone else want to contribute?
Sorry, everyone. I think you are seeing this. The slide is the wrong one, and we made a mistake here. This session is obviously about barriers and challenges. The best practices were there yesterday, so we will replace that. But today is about barriers, challenges on financial issues as per the agenda. So this question, we will replace that very, very soon.
Yeah, but we can also, like talk about, and I think there, how to overcome barriers with talk about both at the same time. Spain.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Spain is a member state of the EU, and if the EU, we think that when it comes to financing the transition in the transport sector, we can follow 5 main elements. The first one would be pushing for a shift in public and private investments, where public investment, for instance, mobilized by public procurement, taking into account zero emissions alternatives. Private investments also need to be channeled towards zero emissions transport, and this can be incentivized through domestic regulation and policies to direct the private investments where it's needed. The second element would be shifting subsidies and moving subsidies for fossil fuel transports toward the non-motorized and zero emissions transport. And also using revenues of carbon taxations to promote the transformation can also be an alternative. For instance, in the EU, we have a social climate fund that is funded with incomes from auctioning of emissions allowances in the emission trading scheme of the EU, and that from 2026 will support the vulnerable households in transition to a clean energy scheme. The fourth element will be highlighting and enabling the cost competitiveness of zero-emission transport. The fifth one would be leverage the climate finance provided through multilateral development banks. The EU and its member states are supporting through multilateral development banks such as the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development various international transport projects that take into account decarbonization perspectives. On a domestic level, in the EU, we implement various policies to finance the transition of the transport sector and to support research and development in this field. For example, the Modernization Fund is a program of the European Union to support some member states to meet 2030 energy targets, and this includes energy efficiency in the transport sector. There is also a proposal to create a European hydrogen bank that is being discussed right now, and that is aimed to unlock private investment in hydrogen value chains, both domestically and in third countries. In relating to international cooperation, one of the most relevant initiatives in the EU is the Global Gateway that plans to mobilize 30 billion euro in global investments from 2021 to 2027. This gateway will particularly help emerging countries in areas such as new electricity connections, new ports and railways, more modern telecommunications, infrastructure, digitalization, etc., with all these investments having an impact in more sustainable connections for goods, people, and services. These are just a couple of examples of everything that the EU is doing in these regards, and we are open to talk to others and share more information if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Spain. China? China? Oh, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you for the facilitators. And I would like to take this opportunity to share some of views and experience from China. And we think the transportation energy transition is very costly and has a high demand for finance, especially for public finance, because it's not only about the equipment. It's also we need the whole system for energy, the infrastructure, to be adapt to the new transportation system domain. So this all need to be in position. And under the process of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, and we think it will play a leading role for developed countries to provide finance and further enhance their finance commitments to support developing countries. Because, for example, in China's experience, when we promote low carbon transition in the transportation sector, the main issue is about finance, and because this related many issues regarding the investment on the research and development, the research of new business mode, and it requires the public finance to provide this, to play a leading role to share the risks and can leverage private finance to join. So in the dimension of international dimension, we think it's also very important. If we just let this industry to develop as it's Euro, it may be low, and if we want to accelerate the pace, we need to put in some promotions, and that's the key promotion will be from the public finance, and in the international dimension, the public finance from developed country and the finance mechanisms will play a key role in this regard. And the three reasons is first, the cost of carbon emission reduction in the transportation industry is significantly higher than that in other industries, involving the cost of fuel economy improvement, subsidies for the early phase out of high fuel consumption equipment, cost differentials for new energy equipment, and the cost of charging infrastructure construction, and the cost of railroad line construction. And secondly, the initial investment in facilities and the equipments related to transportation energy transition is large. The payback period is long. The return on investment is low. The cost transfer is difficult, and the profit mechanism for input is not clear. So the government, transportation enterprises, and the individual transportation households are all facing enormous financial pressure. Thirdly, the source of funding is not quite clear. Pure commercial finance based on the voluntary principles may be difficult to sustain. So how to optimize the policy design, operation, and the running mechanisms of green finance, and how to establish a business model for the promotion and application of new energy means of transportation are yet to be explored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. China, good. We've heard, sort of incentivizing private finance as one aspect of it, but also China has brought in the importance of public finance as well in trying to provide the initial upfront costs to meet energy transitions, which are very costly and high. Any contributions? We could talk about barriers, we could talk about opportunities and challenges in mobilizing private finance, but also the challenges of perhaps looking for public finance in an era where financing in general are stretched in many different directions. Colombia again. Thank you. No, not Colombia, Korea. Sorry. You are also, you want round 2 after Korea, okay.
Thank you. The finance is the most important part because it is kind of fuel to make things move. But well, since we are talking mostly about the public finance, it is those public finance is coming from the taxpayers' money, and it is very well, from my experience, it is very important to persuade or explain to the politicians how important this kind of thing is. Otherwise, they will be very reluctant to channel those taxpayers' money to the financing these transport sector projects, which would definitely contribute to the greenhouse gas emission reduction. So, to my opinion, it is very important for us to make voices to the political circles that if we are not heard by them, they will not give us any money. So, of course, well, sometimes I dub it as some kind of education, but they really those politicians are many of them I met. They were willing to hear what's happening in this transport sector and how to clean the transport sector, but they are also afraid of those afraid of being kind of counted by their constituencies, saying that for example, if the government is some kind of a project government comes up with a project of extending the rail network to the politicians, they will also, on one side, they will buy it because it will definitely help his or her constituency, their people, to move around. But at the same time, they are afraid of some kind of NIMBY voices. So many times they are kind of hesitant to support that kind of clean transport project. But if he has right knowledge about this, and he or she is willing to take on our task of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and they are very likely to support the idea of channeling the budget to public financing of those clean transport systems. So it is very important to be heard by political circles. That is really important. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have a contribution from Turkey. What's the mic?
Thank you. Actually, there are some potential solutions to the finance need of transport sector. One of them is the public procurement. The second one is the public-private partnership model that Turkey is also applying widely in different transportation projects. The third will be the new incentives for EVs, and we are also providing incentives on this. issue, and of course creating regulations that guarantee and facilitate adoption is also key. Another topic is offering limited and temporary financial support to leverage private sector investments, because of course the investment made in transport sector is mainly done by public sector, but we have to leverage the private sector investment, of course. And the last one will be the cost will be reduced rapidly, much more rapidly, if the nation sent clear signals of a net zero emission technologies. This will automatically help dissemination of clean technologies, EVs, and etc., etc. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Colombia.
Thank you. I would like to add our previous intervention. We want to share our experience as we structure our first energy transition fund for the transport sector. This fund has been structured to focus on electrification of commercial vehicles, public transport systems, and taxis in order to contribute to meet our NDC goal, to meet our 600,000 vehicle goal by 2030. The fund is projected to be the financing mechanism for the decarbonization path for transport in Colombia. This fund involves a concessional financing mechanism that addresses barriers to adopt innovative public transport business models with EVs and support and transformative shift to low carbon emission transportation. We are ready to share our experience of our ongoing process of our fund structuring, and we want to bring attention to the importance for Colombia on this topic for calls in investors, private entities, multilateral banks, funds, and among others. Colombia and developing countries has a lot of opportunity for low and zero emission transport projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. We now have some online participants. Oh, from Engel, the environmental NGO. So do we put, our technical team will sort it out. Hello, you're welcome to contribute. Thank you all for your patience.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Now I can speak. Dan Belus. I'm from environmental NGOs, Danish 92 Group. And I think maybe Korea was just getting into this issue of the political courage. Because I think for this discussion on finance, it's really, of course, finance is a necessity, a prerequisite.
Go ahead.
You cannot.
Online. While we're waiting for maybe the technical issues, there anybody in person here on the floor would like to? We can have an intervention from in person. Sorry, Chad, go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. And Chad would support that public finance could help to maybe release the challenge for just energy transition in transport sector. Yes, we believe that public other funds like which will increase the debt in our countries, and this could also increase the crisis that our country are facing in order to maybe make it the transport sector or energy transition is more difficult. So yes, we believe that we need new qualitative finance to be raised in order to solve or this kind of challenge. But also we do believe that increasing, we just want to highlight the increase of debt by solving or by fighting against climate change could be a challenge for our countries. In addition to that, we also highlight that access to the energy and electrification of cities in least developed country, it is a real challenge. Many countries like Chad, which less than 10% of the population have access to electricity. This is a real challenge that we need to overcome it together in order to maybe move forward and together. I do believe that investing in this sense and mobilizing finance in this sense that we are able to access to the electricity and energy with this kind of huge project is not easy for least developed country to overcome. So at least we move together and mobilize real fund to overcome it. It could be very difficult for us. This is the gap that we are just rising for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. And we go online. Have we fixed the problem on the online? You haven't fixed it? 2 minutes. Okay. Any intervention? Turkey, I believe that's a legacy flag. Anybody else would like to come in? So just wanted to just make perhaps a comment on the public finance aspect of I think Korea had raised it initially as well, that public finance is one that is funded through the taxpayers, and a narrative needs to be constructed to persuade, I suppose, the taxpayers that this is a good use of public money. And I think the challenge would be to kind of craft a narrative that reassures people of the long-term benefits versus probably short-term political interests, which might be a little bit difficult to, and we see that a lot in countries, developed and developing countries, that are kind of like the narratives between the longer-term interests in terms of health as well as environment and versus short-term political interests. Okay, so we have settled the technical problems. We can come to our online contribution now. Go ahead. Hello? Sorry, I always say that we are 3 years on from the first lockdown and we're still struggling with hybrid. Okay, no? Hi?
Now I can, now my,
Oh,
can
we
you
can
hear me
hear
in the room?
you. Yay!
Ah, wonderful. Now, of course, your expectations are too high because I waited too long. Dan Belusa, Danish 92 Group. I'm speaking on behalf of environmental NGOs. And I think I was actually going to carry on with the point Korea made before about the political courage required, and this point about the taxpayers paying the subsidies, because I think this is an important part to also make the polluters pay. Because finance, of course, necessity, and I think many of the points China brought up about additional finance required is really important. But finance is also a tool for making the transition happen. So you can use the fuel charges to pay for the subsidies. Because the challenge at state level, of course, is that we want to ensure that the right price signal comes down to the local level entrepreneurs. When you want to buy a new truck, a new bus, a new car, you want to have the price signal saying, I'll take an electric one if I had to have a car. And this is something, of course, it doesn't come naturally, at least not in the beginning. But I can see, like in my city of Copenhagen, most of the taxis are now electric, not because they are environmentally concerned, but because it is the cheapest way to drive a kilometer in Denmark. And I think this ability of making the green choice the most attractive choice will require both taxing the polluters, either the fuels or giving, of course, the carrots in terms of making subsidies for the electric cars. But also, I think there's a few other ways of financing besides the public and the pure private, which is doing what one of the speakers yesterday from California mentioned about this mandate, where you are making it a condition to operate in the market that your emission standards of your cars is gradually decreasing and becoming zero. This places the responsibility on the manufacturers, which of course makes it easier for the politicians and for the consumers to be offered low emission cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Does anyone have further contributions to make on this issue? Different forms of financing, again, to stress that actually the financing mix is very context specific. We've heard different best practices, but obviously at the end of the day, it really has to be quite contingent on a country's circumstances, socioeconomic development status, debt service conditions as well. And that's why also it's very important for us to probably look at maximizing policy space, because obviously some financing options that are open to some countries, particularly developed countries, probably not open to other developing countries which have other constraints on their ability to finance and actually to regulate and make policies. Any contributions? Further Denmark.
Thank you very much. So my name is Jeppe. I'm from the Danish government. Denmark's of course also a member of the EU, and fully agree with what Christina was saying on behalf of Spain. Just to add a few things from Denmark, and really just to make the point that that of course we understand the need for financing also from public sources, and we are trying to increase our financing. So from Denmark, in this year's the proposal for next year's finance bill, we're proposing to increase our green climate aid from around 4 billion Danish kroner to around 6 billion Danish kroner. So a substantial increase there, and we've also just made a pledge to the Green Climate Fund, which is doubling our previous pledge from the previous round. And also we've strengthened our investment fund for developing countries quite substantially recently as well. Also understanding that of course we need to also have that blend between public and private funding, where we can use some of the public funding to leverage the private funding. And that's maybe my most important point, is that for the financing we need for the transition, we need to go to in general, but also specifically for the transport sector. We cannot do it with public source alone, as other interventions also mentioned. But we need to also see how we can use the public funding to leverage the private funding, and of course in general, the encouragement to align all the finance flows with sustainable pathways and with the 1.5 degree target. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark, and appreciation for the importance also of public finance in leveraging private finance. I suppose as one thing I would say when we look at any sort of deals is actually looking at they say the devil is in the detail. So certainly one way of ensuring that targets or the needs of developing countries are met through, perhaps private financing, is to ensure the legal agreements, the contracts, really stipulate very clearly what the obligations are, and they put, these transition needs in perspective, and also to monitor those terms. I always say the terms of financing are just as important as the modalities of financing. Yeah. China.
Thank you. Sorry for take the intervention again, and just the discussions inspires me, and I would like to share some thought on that. And since we are discussing the transportation, low carbon transition under our UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement regime, and I think maybe we can further explore how we can improve or refine our financial mechanism under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, and to see how we can to make synergies between, because many finance provided not only through the GCF, it's also through some bilateral or some kind of forms of corporations, but it will be very separated from a project to project. If we want to enhance some trend, to enhance the international trend on this issue, we have a very good finance mechanism, and we can see we know since we are talking about different sectors, how we can improve this to accelerate the trend to a low carbon transition. And we think maybe we can also explore how we can improve the financial mechanisms, and to adapt to our discussions here, and to combine them together. It's for another thing is we also talking about the private finance, the function, the role of private finance. I think when we talk that in the context of transportation sectors, it's still at the very early stage. The business model is not mature. If it's quite a more mature, they will develop the finance, the investment. We don't. It doesn't need us to convince them to invest. Just because it's at very early stage, is some risks and some concerns and some other infrastructure or policies or some environment are not in position. So the private finance have some hesitating to put the money in, because they have the logic of their investment. They need to lower the risk and to see the profitable future. So in such to think like that, how we can promote the private finance can invest in these areas. We need to ensure them they see this profitable area, and it's it can bring them to expand the investment in future. So what I mean that because it's a very we need to encourage this trend. So many colleagues said we need to give a very strong signal. I think the signal for the investment, the key issue is the market environment. And if they see this a very good market environment, especially for global market environment, they will see that's because we have a good starting trend on the development of no matter EVs or other low carbon transportation equipment and other fields, something production industries in this regard. And if the trend can be maintained and can be further accelerated, further encouraged, then the trend of investment will be also give a positive feedback. But if the global market, other environment, and the policies are not give them some other signals, they will be the investment and the private finance will be very sensitive for these signals. If the signals is not so positive and raise some issues, and they will be hesitate, and the finance maybe turn the direction to other areas. So that's not what we would like to see. So I think the global market, the environment for that is quite important. We would like to see this area maybe can also play its role to accelerate the private finance in this sector.
Thank you very much, China. How are we doing for time? Okay, Colombia, as your final last word. Oh, sorry, and then we have the UK as well.
Thank you. I think that many of the financing issues would be better addressed if we had a global signal of where we all want to get. Understanding that there are different circumstances, there should be a global signal, because a global signal could give a lot more clarity to private stakeholders, subnational stakeholders, multilateral stakeholders of what is the global purpose. So that's one of the advantages of having a global signal. And a lack of it may create a distortion or an environment where it is not clear and where we have different stakeholders pushing to different sides. And so respecting each circumstances, we should have some global signal at least. In terms of, well, all types of financing flows for us are important. Now, talking about the most concessional ones and more preponderant, it is undeniable that there are several challenges in terms of the time that it takes for countries to prepare, to structure projects, to go through a set of steps to finally get some retribution. In some cases, 3 to 4 years. One government prepares it, the next one is the one who receives it, and it is something that it seems for us that it was simpler before, earlier. Like it's getting more complicated with time. So that's something that we really need to address in terms of financing, because right now countries, developing countries, have especially limited fiscal space. The cost of capital is increasing. The same effort for a developed versus a developing country is to reach the same result. It requires a lot more of effort for a developing country because of high level of indebtedness, because of COVID, because of war, and so on and so on. Those are external factors. So when we talk about innovative financial mechanisms, we should be talking seriously, and this is something that is happening, especially to unlock transport measures which are so expensive. We should be talking about mechanisms based on debt, on national debt, because climate action should not burden the external debt of developing countries. And having such a small fiscal space will undeniably will limit the scope of action that developing countries can do in terms of climate change. We all need to make our maximum effort, but that effort is really limited by the fiscal space of these particular circumstances that are, the debt is skyrocketing historically for most of developing countries. And finally, we need to talk, and now really specifically, about some specific segments of transport that may be a little bit more trickier to electrify, because we've been talking, let's say, about buses, public transportation, but let's not forget that light-duty vehicles, let's say, or motorcycles have the highest emission per kilometer per passenger, let's say. And that needs to be addressed also, and there has to be some financial mechanisms in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. The UK, please.
Thank you, Facilitator. I'd just like to begin by supporting Colombia's point in the first intervention, I think it was, on finance flows, and that we support being aligned with science on climate change ambition. For us, it's important to ensure that decarbonisation plans and the financial flows that will facilitate their delivery are aligned with the science across the board. We've heard about some of the issues and risks this morning if we don't take a holistic and integrated approach in terms of debt burden, access and capacity building. Also want to point out how important it is that investments don't focus on large economies. We must work on redirecting the allocation of capital, and there are solutions for this. Strengthening macroeconomic fundamentals, improving the capability and effectiveness of the finance sector, for example, through taxonomies or disclosures to improve market transparency and integrity, boosting investor confidence and improving policy predictability, and fostering institutional and governance frameworks. I'd also like to note that we agree with the point from Denmark on leveraging public finance for private finance. The UK has announced it will increase our GCF contribution to $2 billion to the GCF second replenishment. That's 2024 to 2027. It's the biggest single funding commitment the UK has made to help the world tackle climate change, a 12.7% increase on our previous commitment. Blended finance structures will also allow the public sector, covering MDBs, domestic governments and development finance institutions, to improve the risk-return profile of investment opportunities and broaden the range of private investors. This is crucial because the IPCC sixth assessment report sets out that there is sufficient global capital and liquidity to close global investment gaps. I'd like to recognise the progress made to support the systemic transformations needed to reach net zero, particularly through the clean energy transition. Total investment in energy transition technologies reached a record high of 1.3 trillion in 2022, and that includes electric vehicles, increasing 19% since 2021. In 2023, the IEA roadmap estimates that this will increase to more than 1.7 trillion. That means for every dollar invested in fossil fuels, about $1.7 are now going into clean energy. 5 years ago, this ratio was 1-to-1. And technical assistance from MDBs is also crucial to help build investment project pipelines and assist with project development and monitoring. So on transport specifically, we must be clear that the accelerated just energy transition in transport will not be delivered through national government investment alone. All parties and the international initiatives and campaigns in this space have levers that they can pull to ensure investment is directed towards the transition and financial flows are aligned with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Policy should and can strengthen private finance. In line with a contribution from Spain, the commercially smart deployment of regulation is one of parties' most critical levers for assuring projections on future transport emissions and providing the private sector with clarity on future demand and pathways to ensure the transition receives the investment it needs. Regulation is at the centre of the UK's work to ensure our domestic transition receives sufficient investment. One such example is our zero-emission vehicle mandate coming into force from January 2024, which requires a proportion of manufacturers' new car and van sales each year to be zero emission out to 2030, reaching 80% for cars in 2030, the largest carbon saving measure across the UK. In addition to the significant climate and health benefits, guaranteeing a proportion of zero emission vehicle sales through a mandate, as mentioned earlier, provides clear market guidance and crucial investment certainty for the automotive, charge point and energy sectors. It was a key factor.
Sorry, the UK, we have been told by the organisers it's going to start in 1 minute. Perhaps you could, if it's a written intervention, to
can-
send the to the Secretariat, and they will make sure that we record that. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No.
I've been told to wrap up. So we have to go. Sorry about that. Thank you for your contributions.
There will be the social event, and the UAE ask all of you to have a look there, pick the option, and pre-register where you wish to go. So scan that code and make your choices, and have a good evening in that one.
Announcement. Another announcement I would like to share. For those who haven't picked up their DSA, please go to the Secretariat office here in the 4th floor, just next to around the corner, to pick up your DSA. So if you haven't done that, please, I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Oh, we don't have the question here. So they know the question by now. After you, Good. So are you feeling ready for a second round of this? You're only 3 rounds away from a fantastic cultural visit, apparently. So you know that's the reward. We're all working. Oh, and of course, the main reward is that we are learning from each other, and that is priceless. I know that. And I know that we are tired. But come on, let's keep going. Let me take just a few seconds, perhaps, to place us here, what you're going to do with me now, because I know you've been discussing another topic. So what we're going to be discussing now here is policies and measures, okay? The barriers to those. So switch from your previous topic and go now to the world of policies and measures, to that phenomenal world where you have great visions towards great targets, but then you need to implement. Ouch, isn't it? So how do you set those policies towards the right implementation? So the first thing I would like to do perhaps is to see how many flags are going to go up to share with us some of those reflections about the barriers that we are experiencing there. The question is a bit incomplete there, the way it's presented on the screen, because you see barriers and challenges for just energy transition. Insert barriers and challenges for policies and measures, okay, for the just energy transition in the transport sector. So think with that policies and measures mindset. We're not talking technology, we're not talking finance, we're talking policy. That's very much the difference compared to the others. So who's going to be the courageous person who's going to take us off here? Come on. Because this is not about me talking. This is more about you, isn't it? Sharing with us as much as you would like your experiences on those barriers and challenges. No? No inspiration? Yes, phenomenal. Oh, that's terrific. Malawi, you're scoring many brownie points for the visit. That was very shy. It was a flag, wasn't it? Yeah? Phenomenal. So whose hand? Yeah? Thank you so very much. So we got Malawi, who's going to be followed by... Come on, Malawi followed by... No? No? Okay, it will come eventually. So Malawi, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Godivat from Malawi. I just wanted to start by commenting from the statement that you have mentioned, to say we need to talk about the policies, the measures, minus the technology, the finance. But to me, I think we cannot disregard the finance, the technologies, because those are the means now to achieve what we set in our policies. In our own experience, in terms of developing these policies, strategies, we have done a good job. But the biggest challenge now that has always been there is financial resources to support the strategies that we come up with in those to address those measures. So in the other sessions, the issue that I've noted that is coming out is issue to do with the financing, the capacity. Of course, as countries, we really want to move towards the zero emission ambition, but how do we get there? We need finance, we need the technology. So we cannot talk about the policy minus the finance or the technology or the capacity aspects. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So policy, means of implementation, capacity in a tandem sort of, isn't it? That's where you're telling us. Interestingly, so I may be a bit provocative here, okay? It's part of my role. I know it's the second day. I know some of you have been here already for the GST workshop. I know some of you might be, fighting jet lag. So let me just be a bit provocative and perhaps go a bit out of the remit, of just being a facilitator. So, well, do I get it that setting targets is easy? So do I get it that setting targets at the national level towards that just energy transition for transport is an easy game? Do all countries find it easy? Oh, sorry, I didn't see the flag. Thanks very much. So China, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Would like to share some of our views. And regarding policy, I think policy matters are quite important for transportation, low carbon transition. And I would like to speak on two dimensions. Domestically, we need to recognize that the policies and the measures regarding just energy transition in transport sector need to be comprehensive, systematic, and coherent with related policies, as transportation is essential in the social and economic development and tightly linked to the policy and the measures of urban planning, industry development, climate and environment, energy, science, technology, finance. So the transportation is not, can be separated from this whole system. It needs to be supported to whole systems. So the policy, when you design policy, you need to look at the whole system, how we can make each other compatible with each other and to ensure the transportation can be finally low carbon transition. So meanwhile, the policy measures are also need to be specific to reflect the unique characteristics and the situations of each dimension. As transport involves a wide range of stakeholders requiring the respective roles and concerted efforts of various government departments, enterprises, and the public, policies design need to take into account of different modes of transportation, such as highways, railroads, waterways, aviations, and we also need to take into account of different stage of the life cycle, as manufacturing, use and maintenance, the end of life, recycling, and we also need to think about the different types of enterprises involved, such as transportation, infrastructure, construction, and operation companies, transportation equipment, manufacturing companies, energy supply companies, transportation service companies, transportation demand companies, and other types of companies, and the different roles of central government, local government, and the relevant department. And maybe it will be related to the Department of Urban Planning, Department of Environment, Department of Industries, etc. So it means that you need to have a whole picture, comprehensive, and then you need to follow the specific areas to give some very detailed and carefully designed policies. And for example, when we regarding the EV recycling, and many colleagues mentioned that it also take it as an example. It is also needed to be considered systematically, and because it requires coordination from all aspects, especially engage all relevant stakeholders, include the production companies, the automobile production companies, the battery production companies, and the related extension industries, such as cascade utilization operators, the scrapped car dismantlers, and so once a link in the whole cycle is blocked, it will be inevitably lead to lagging recycling and other derived problems. So it's just an example. And we're talking about the infrastructure, talking about the charging piles. When you build a charging piles, you need to discuss with the Department of Urban Planning. You need to use the land. You need to talk about how we can use the land. You need to talk about how we can access to the grid. So it's not so every and it's not only from department to department. It's also from the region to region, from city to city. Different city have these specific situations. Some urban city and with a huge, large amount of population and have a very good infrastructure basis, and it's totally different from the rural areas. And so we need to see domestically when we design policies, we need at the central government level we will set a direction. But the real thing need to be done at local level. The local governments need to design the specific policies, which will be much more suitable for its situation. And if the central government said one size fits all, it also cannot work. And it's similar at the international level. We also need to keep this in our mind. And I heard some talks about to set some global goal at this sector, and we already emphasized that because it's under the MWP, we have the mandate, clearly mandate. It's not about the imposing any new goals or targets. And besides the mandate, we want to see, you can see from domestic level, the target. When we set target at central government level, the local level will ask what resources could be in position, and we can achieve that. So when we talk about goals, it's not a slogan in vain. It need to be, it need to put every resources in position to support that. So at this time, we can see there's the finance mechanism doesn't work, does not so well, and we are lack of finance support. So it's not realistic and it's not helpful to set that target. And furthermore, it will be not helpful to have this such target, but only give too much burden to the valuable platform. We can use this platform to tackle the real obstacles and barriers. So I think we need to think what we really need. What we really need is how to enhance the international cooperation environment, because recently the development of this low carbon transportation mostly are relying the development of the industries and the development of technologies. It conquers the barriers, and we can get a lower cost, and this area can put into action in real world. So what we need to focus on that, and how we can to conquer further these obstacles, no matter in technology, research, or development or deployment, or others, to how to can make this whole system compatible with the low carbon transportation development. So we think it's very important that we need to create such platform and environment to achieve this. And there's a further thing I would like to emphasize, that I think it is very important to create enabling condition and international cooperation and the international market environment for the promotion of the transition through, because we see some unilateral measures. We think it's very important to avoid the use of such unilateral measures, and to create a fair, non-discriminatory and predictable market environment. So we can to enhance the confidence of this industry and the investors, and to maintain the whole stability of the global auto industrial industry chain and the supply chain. And with this international policy and imposition, it will be really helpful for the development of this low carbon transition in transportation sector. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Thanks very much. So we will have the UK, followed by Palau, followed by Marshall Islands, please.
Thank you, Facilitator. So agree that this is a challenge, but we can't lose sight of the solutions. If the overarching challenge is setting the sector on a pathway that aligns with 1.5 degrees, then the solution must be ensuring the transport measures underpinning 1.5 aligned NDCs, i.e. 43% by 2030. The measures are to deliver it are sufficiently understood, supported, and delivered at national and international levels. This requires close collaboration and coordination at all levels, including internationally with forums such as this one, ensuring best practice and lessons learned are shared across all stages of the decarb trajectory, reducing wasteful investment, proliferating successful technologies, reducing costs, and facilitating a global transition with access to the finance and technical support on offer. Establishing and delivering a clear strategy underpinned by regulation is an important tool in ensuring upcoming barriers are addressed ahead of time and providing clear signals. In the UK, we published our holistic and cross-modal transport decarbonisation plan in 2021, which was underpinned by detailed analysis on the measures we'll take to deliver the sector's contribution to our domestic legally binding carbon budgets and our international commitments. We've built on that certainty, including through regulation since 2021. That includes the publication of our zero-emission vehicle mandate last month, the most ambitious regulatory framework of its kind on the uptake of zero-emission cars and vans, and sectoral strategies including our Jet Zero strategy, our cycling and walking investment strategy, and we will continue to do so with our upcoming low-carbon fuel strategy and our refreshed clean maritime plan. So a lot of an overarching strategy and then plenty of underpinning strategies to flesh out. We published our EV infrastructure strategy in 2022, which assessed the barriers to infrastructure deployment and the roles of the public and private sectors and national and local government in addressing them across a range of programs. We're also delivering our zero-emission road freight demonstrator program to demonstrate zero-emission HGVs at scale on UK roads, building the evidence base on use cases to understand the benefits and the barriers to deployment. The results of these demonstrators will be shared with industry, operators, and an international fora like this one's to support effective investment and deployment of zero-emission HGVs. I would also note on the NDC's point, the range of tools available to parties in developing their own cross-cutting strategies and transport elements of their NDCs, including the work of the Sustainable Low Carbon Transport Partnership. I didn't know you were going to be facilitating when I drafted this, and the International Transport Forum's Decarbonising Transport Initiative. Collaboration between transport and energy ministries on the specific measures needed will be essential. With price parity in some regions between zero-emission cars and vans and their fossil-fueled alternatives rapidly approaching this decade, the next big challenge will be on infrastructure, ensuring adequate supply to meet accelerating demand. Addressing that will require parties to take an active role in planning and setting ambition that is then delivered through public-private partnership. It will require investment to ensure significant capacity in the electricity grid to meet demand, and above all will include addressing the concerns of consumers around the availability, reliability and accessibility of charging infrastructure, tackling range anxiety and enabling them to make the switch. The transitions across both these sectors, so that's the transport sector and the energy sector, climate ministries, must be complementary. Reducing the emission intensity of the grid will capitalise on transport's full mitigation potential, while transport's transition will support the transition away from fossil fuels. The uptake of zero-emission vehicles is already avoiding over 1.7 million barrels of oil per day. And just to finish on noting some of the initiatives in the space, such as ZevWise, that are supporting cross-sector collaboration internationally, so between transport and energy sectors, and encouraging this joined-up approach at a domestic level too, tackling barriers in both of these sectors' transitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the UK, and thanks for the plaque to SlowCat, the organisation I'm with. So Palau, please, followed by the Marshall Islands, followed by Spain. Going to Palau over there, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just like to first thank the facilitators for your engagement, and I just want to say it's a privilege and an honor to be on this platform and to be in this room with so many colleagues who are pushing for the same towards the same goal. For me, I just kind of getting back to the question that you just put out about whether policies and measures are easy. to set. And I'd say they're not so easy. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of wisdom and a lot of thinking to kind of get the right perspective on such things. It was interesting to hear, like, from countries as large as China and the US and the UK about how it needs to be even needs to go down to the local level. That was a very interesting comment, and it's significant to me to hear that coming from such large representatives of large bodies of people. In Palau, we have 20,000 people. I mean, that's when you want to talk about a local government, that's about as local as it gets in this forum. But for me, when I was looking at the policies and measures, one of our main policies is that we need to only look at technologically proven, commercially viable solutions. So the technologically proven, for me, that means that there's been a great uptake, economies of scales have been achieved, and so that it becomes commercially viable because the cost of those technologies have dropped and they've leveled out. And so there's, in terms of the product life cycle, there's been a huge uptake. A lot of lessons have been learned. The prices have been paid. And so that we can come in at the end of it. And that's why we waited for so long to bring on the solar, right? Because it was already like 15 or 20 years into the industry. The costs had dropped, and we were able to come in, and it was commercially viable for us. So when I look at the policies and measures, the key thing for me is not so much on the climate change. It's more on what is the impact to those 20,000 people that I have to look at, that I am responsible for. I am only looking at 20,000 people. And for me, it's the social and economic impact to those people, because those are my relatives. Those are people that I have to meet at family gatherings, and I want to be able to look them in the face and say that I did the best that I can, and I represented us as best we can, even on such a large global scale. So I would like, for instance, to kind of bring it back to this policy level. We only wanted to bring technologically proven. So we went for solar because it was cheaper for us to get power from solar at 14 cents per kilowatt hour than to get it from diesel at 22 cents. And so that was the motive for that. And the socioeconomic impact was that it would make their life cheaper. And so that was the important goal for me. We're a developing country, and our, how would I say it, disposable income is not so much. So we don't really have a lot of money to spend on sort of ideologies. And so it's really like we're just kind of riding the wave of this whole just transition and hoping that it will actually materialize to be just. And so it's really good for me to hear countries like Denmark, like Norway, like the UK, committing to all these, like the Green Climate Fund, who are willing to put up grants to help us to make projects bankable and viable. We cannot support that, and we just kind of are just riding this wave. Like the final point I want to make is, and it's another thing that underpins our policies and our measures that we take as a very small country, is that our contribution to the problem is so small that even if we went to net zero, we would still have no impact on the global problem. And so the focus really is for us to just keep our heads above the water and maintain our socioeconomic status and not increase the cost of living to our people as much as we can deal with it, even though we're in this tidal wave and we're just riding the wave. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at this level.
Thank you very much, Palau. We very much appreciate that you bring the different realities, of course, that we have in the room. So we are going to go to the Marshall Islands, followed by Spain, followed by Colombia. just there. Thanks.
Thank you, co-facilitators. As an atoll nation on the front line of climate change, the Marshall Islands has a keen focus on ensuring the transport sector's transition is aligned to an emissions reduction pathway that will keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius and give us the best chance of keeping our heads above water, like Palau said. I'm very grateful to those presenters yesterday who put the context into their presentations about the scale and speed of emission reductions needed in the transport sector. In terms of measures, in the Marshall Islands, we are often dependent on taking up the transport technology offered to us. The transport solutions offered are often ill-fitting to our circumstances, or worse still, ill-fitting to our future existence. We've heard solutions put forward here at the Global Dialogue offering quick but limited emissions reductions on basis that the best shouldn't be the enemy of the quick and cheap. While some solutions like solar power are technologically proven, quick and cheap, other quick and cheap solutions may be lacking in emissions and either destroying the chances of sticking under 1.5 or increasing the cost of transition, as we would have to deal with the cost of stranded assets and build whole new generations of infrastructure. And we would have to make sharper and harder social changes. As my colleague from Palau illustrated, we have limited money and cannot waste it. Without the right amount of financial and technical support, we and other developing countries will be tempted to take the seemingly quick, easier, cheaper, and often second-hand and dirtier technologies solutions offered. For example, we've heard here about solutions predicated on the continued expansion of cars, both in numbers and in size and weight, the continued use of fossil fuels, or the use of unsustainable biofuels that may result in forest loss and reductions in food production. Each of these solutions are likely to have a substantial rump in residual emissions. So I would hope that when we continue to consider potential solutions through this and future dialogues, proponents are not only asked to set out how their solutions would work for different regional and economic circumstances of countries, but also explain how they will enable a complete net zero transport transition aligned to the 1.5 future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marshall Islands. Going to Spain, followed by Colombia, please.
Thank you.
That was technology transfer in a way. The microphone went from Marshall Islands to Palau and landed in Spain. That was pretty good.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Marusha, and thank to the speakers for their presentation this morning. They were really inspiring. Well, the message is clear. We need to reduce the emissions from transport to keep in line with the 1.5-degree targets. It has been mentioned a lot, and for this we need the right policies and measures. And I think we have been hearing during all these days a lot of things that can be done. There are demand-side measures, there are technology-side measures, market-based instruments, urban planning, modal shift. There are a number of policies and measures where different countries can choose depending on their circumstances and their configurations, their geographical schemes. There is a lot of, like a toolbox of measures where countries can choose from. It's not an easy task. We have been also hearing this morning all the challenges that we face on public acceptance, on coordination at all levels, as you mentioned this morning, horizontal coordination, vertical coordination, the need for land planning that is not easy at all either. So we face a lot of challenges. Also, another challenge would be this alignment with the 1.5 degrees goal and the links with the national determined contribution, how these policies and measures are going to contribute to the national objectives. I have presented yesterday a long, very, very long list, I would say, of EU regulations that we have adopted in our objective to reach our national determined contribution. And it has not been easy, I have to say, for all these challenges that I mentioned before. And I think, and I agree with a point that Colombia made before, that one question that could help overcoming barriers in defining policies and measures and regulations will be having global signals that tell us where we need to go, right? Even with we are determining our contributions nationally, we will need to have very clear view of where we are heading. And as the EU, we have set very, very ambitious targets in 2030 in transport to achieve these global signals that we need to see. But I think I will leave it here because I'm sure more people would like to speak, but just that the message would be that there are a lot of barriers, but there should be ways to overcome them that we have been listening also these days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Spain, and we're going to Colombia. Perhaps we would have time for a second round, so, Colombia, please. We would love to hear from you.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to provide from a more general perspective, and then my colleague Felipe will delve into from the general to the specifics. I was really moved, and I really agree with the intervention by my colleague from the Marshall Islands, in terms that when fiscal space is reduced, the developing countries are almost faced with only one option, and it is to opt for the cheapest and dirtiest technologies, because there is no other option. So we are talking here about that there is something that needs to change in terms of how we change the game and let other options be open for countries. We have two specific problems globally that are provoking this kind of situation. First of all, we are on an uneven game where fossil fuels are being subsidized at record levels, $7 trillion last year, direct or indirectly allocated globally, which is the highest record of them all. So you cannot pretend to change to other modes, climate friendly and human health friendly, if you have such an uneven game. That's the first thing. And second, there are a lot of things that can be made in terms of a country, of a national capacity, but that really depends on whether your country is a producer or is just a mere consumer or buying the technology with the few resources that it has. Really, when we talk about policies and measures, we need to talk also about the multilateral policies and measures. Multilateral policies and measures really unlock many things, and I would dare to say that unlock it with a potential that is way higher than what a country can do at a national level. And I'm going to say that, for example, trade. It is precisely the trade logic that is making that the less efficient and the oldest vehicles are being, transferred to poorer regions. It is the trade logic that is provoking that many have to opt for vehicles that are not aligned with the Paris Agreement objectives and so on. We need to establish mechanisms to talk, and it is very good that we're talking at a sectorial level here in the UNFCCC, in the Paris Agreement, and the Mitigation Work Program, but we really need to establish channels of communication with other processes, such as the World Trade Organization. It is in the World Trade Organization where a lot of potential lie in terms of unlocking global policies and global measures. If we talk about how the current founding principles of the World Trade Organization are aligned or not with the compliance of the Paris Agreement. That's a very important question, and that's a discussion that we need to have multilaterally also, in terms of having, you know, I talked about the importance of global signals. Well, there should be a global signal, for example, from the UNFCCC to establish some kind of communication and a discussion under the WTO, and then see whether these policies and measures and these foundational principles are aligned or not. I'm sure they are not. So we need to talk about what needs to happen to align them, and then a lot of potential will be unlocked at the national level in all countries.
Thank you very much. So Felipe is going to present the sectoral perspective. That's it?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I would like to add to the question that when we see this specific topic, it is important that we focus on those regulations and guidelines that can be provided. As others have mentioned, I agree that at least for our delegation, is a matter of crucial that we understand what are those regulations needs regarding technical inspection for electric, hydrogen, hybrid vehicles, understanding that there at the moment there needs to be some signals on particularly on how we are approaching a topic on the matter of what are those technologies that are available, and that should be key. I think we should focus on those technologies that are available right now, and we can send clear messages regarding that. For Colombia, that means, of course, better regulation standards on energy efficiency label for light and heavy vehicles, environmental labeling. It is also necessary to approach to development global regulation on second use, on recycling, and final disposal of batteries. On our case in Colombia, we already have created regulation for more than 20 years, but this still doesn't recognize probably fully the priorities that are needed on pedestrians, for example, cyclists. We need to include probably better understanding and holistic approaches when it comes to micromobility, and of course better science on how we are having much more linkages on new public policies on speed management or visions to net zero. I think to conclude, when we mean about regulations, we need to understand also that this is also a phenomenon of many of the global South countries when we deal with traffic congestion, which is a massive topic for many of our cities and urban planning, and particularly as we're trying to relate this to our land use. So I again agree that the complexities when it comes to barriers and challenges on policies is one of the main topics that could have a significant value if we really want to probably talk more on road transportation and vehicles, particularly those new cars. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Colombia, for the dual perspectives from a more general approach and a sectoral approach, and for also having that mention to not only vehicles as a way of reducing the energy demand and improving, therefore, the energy efficiency, your word about walking and cycling. We haven't used the hour. It doesn't mean that we have to use it up. It means that you can get a longer break, but it also means that we still have time. So if any of you would have wanted phenomenal chat, we have a flag. Let me encourage perhaps other delegates, other parties who would like to share thoughts in these minutes we got left, or anybody who would like to go for a second round of thoughts. If they would like to, we would have the time. But first, of course, let's hear from Chad.
Thank you, Madam, for giving me the floor. And Chad also think the objective of mitigation work formula is to limit global warming to 1.5, and which is a survival limit to Paris Agreement. We also seek to take shared experience to a national level, and also we would like to share this experience at national level, and also increase awareness and also implementing the good practices that we've gained here. We are also looking to solve the issue with electrification of city and access to energy, and we believe that developed country can play a huge role in investing or providing financial resources to allow us enhance accessibility without increasing debt, which is already a real gap for us to tackle climate change. We think solar and wind technology the opportunities that could enable us to access to energy and enhance the transport sector. Yes, I would maybe stop here and then maybe, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chad. You brought up the point of the connection between electrification and access to energy and, of course, a uptake of renewable energies. And we have as well the opportunity of hearing from Ngo. Where are you? I cannot online. Okay, so let's check that connection online, that it's really with us and that we can hear them.
Hello. Yes.
Perfect. That's lovely. We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Dan Belusa from Danish 92 Group. We are environmental NGOs under Climate Action Network. I think as an NGO, I mean, I think there's so many interesting policies and measures been discussed today, but I get all excited about what Colombia introduced in the previous session about having this global purpose, and EU picked up just before. I just wanted to remind everyone, of course, that the mitigation work program is intending to make significant reductions in this decade. So I'm thinking that this signal could be a signal to car producers of the world that the last fossil car is sold in 2030. And then, of course, that will bring some of the burdens to them. But I mean, if we are starting to think about if we are translating what the science requires, that we are making some bold steps into something which is some sectoral targets, which could be a strong global signal. Of course, would probably be that both motorbikes and cars would be a lot cheaper. Electric motorbikes and cars would be a lot cheaper because there will simply be no market unless you are able to provide it for the companies. But I just think this issue of a global signal, not necessarily my vision of end of all new fossil cars in 2030, but developing further on this idea about that the mitigation work program puts forward some global signals to industry and to policymakers. That would be very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Let's check if there's any burning thoughts, perhaps, that you would like to leave with us before we give you a break between this and the next day workshop. There could be something, and there could be time for it. No? Well, so I don't want to push you because I know we are, on a stretch here. Shall we? Yeah? I think we're going to give you a longer break then, and we're going to move to the other room. But of course, I would like to thank you very much for keeping this stamina and being so to the point as well. I think I had a lot of learnings here. And perhaps, if I may, if you would allow me, very interesting the point that was made at the very beginning by Malawi, telling us that, of course, we cannot be looking into policy without looking at it in connection to the topics that we are discussing this afternoon. So I'm going to be moving to the next room with that thought, that all my fellow facilitators, we are trying to, of course, have with you a particular conversation on policy and technology and on finance, but of course that these three belong together towards the same shared vision amongst all of us. So thank you very much, and I see you later. Keep it up. Only 2 more to go. Okay? Thank you very much.
which is really motivating to see all of you still with that determination up to now. And I think it shows, yes, we're committed to this cause. So in the next few minutes, we want to have a conversation around same issues we've been listening. We want to refine it down and have time to have a longer submission from you. And what we're looking at is what I introduced this morning around barriers and challenges around sustainable development and economic impacts. And it is just going to be as wide as you can intervene. No prescription on how you would want to respond to this. So we shall do the same ritual. You indicate that you want to speak by raising a flag, then I'll call on you. Then you can gladly share with us your name and give your comments. Colombia?
Thank you very much, facilitator, and of course, appreciating the way that we have included one of the key elements about the linkages that has climate action with sustainable development and, of course, socioeconomic impacts for Colombia and for our delegation. This constitutes of a matter of importance as we see ahead as part of the mitigation working program, how we can set any type of setting the tone of what it needs to be done in this critical decade. With that in mind, I would add that when we approach this question, it is important that we realize what exactly this means in terms of lives. And I think in Colombia we have tried to develop data when it comes to what are those socioeconomic impacts in terms of lives, and exactly particularly around the impact that we include on traffic, on roads, but most of all, the resources that we see that are being loaded to health and to our health system. We need to be clear that when we're checking the socioeconomic impacts, we can understand that there are clear impacts in terms of life. In Colombia, we have around of 16,000 deaths per year from bad quality of air when it comes to roads and traffic. So for us, this constitutes a matter of importance of how we can approach this. If we're trying to approach from a level of sense of urgency, we need to understand that there's a clear importance to address this socioeconomic impact. And of course, it also comes related that this amount of lives translates to lesser economic development, because at the end we lose part of our labor force, we lose part of our families. It has specifically impacts on ground on families in rural cities and communities. And of course, I would probably suggest, I think we're trying to work very strong on how we can reduce pollution and quality air. There's a clear linkage that we see as part of the transport sector, and we're trying to make sure that we have clear understanding on those intergenerational gender approaches that need to be achieved when we speak about climate and transport sector. Also, in terms of approaches with biofuels, I will probably take into account that there's a big need to refer to the impact that we see on local communities and indigenous groups as part of we move on just transitions on energy and transport. There needs to be clear considerations in terms of biodiversity and economic and ecosystem management, and particularly when we think and we approach to a setting that we see that the mining industry is increasing, and we're seeing those very adverse effects on ground in many parts of our country. So this is specific guidelines that we see that, as we have mentioned previously, and of course as we set those co-benefits on mitigation that has been included as part of the IPCC, we need to make sure that there's clear evidence on the importance of addressing climate change from a sectorial approach on transport, looking ahead, of course, what are the impacts in health, looking specifically on how biodiversity and checking the integrity of our ecosystems constitutes a matter of importance. But I would like to also probably could refer to my delegate who is going to specify some more specific barriers on the transport sector.
As she's coming in, I'll give you, I think the way you framed this is really very important. Looking at it in terms of lives, and then building on there to build the agency, to build the ambition. Because, like I said in the morning, we saw why governments, businesses responded to COVID, because it was lives at stake. Now, how we change our narrative when it comes to climate ambition is also going to raise the necessary ambition. And I think I pay a notice to this narrative you're bringing. My other issue I was going to raise with you, you're from the ministry, not so. You're from government. How close or how do you work with SNTT? That one you'll respond to later. Yes, my sister.
Thank you. Another of big goals that we have in Colombia is to achieve the gender and differential approach in transportation sector. To include the gender approach in transportation sector, we need develop a strategy to include care mobility in the promotion of active modes, development schemes to promote bicycling in work and educational settings with a gender and differential approach, strategies so that more people migrate to active mobility and promote and increase the percentage of people who travel by walking, cycling, and in other active ways, a strategy to reduce and avoid manifestation of sexual violence against women, girls, boys, and adolescents in public transport and active modes, a strategy to promotion of differential rates for women, heads of households, and people dedicated to caring for and people with disability in the country's transportation system, and a strategy for training female driver and issues in driving license and recategorization for the operation of public transport. Thank you.
I think thank you very much for bringing the gender perspective in this discussion, which most times is given not very much prominence, and that is critical. And especially in our global south, the transport sector, the informal transport, is male-dominated. And I think even globally, we know that there is a problem around recruiting and retaining women in the transport. And I think that's very key as you look at especially challenges, addressing and opportunities that are there within sustainable development and socio-economic impact. Thank you very much. Spain, yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation this morning. It's Spain. As a member of the EU, we closely follow the IPCC messages and findings. And according to the IPCC, transport relates to virtually all the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is something that we need to take into account when we provide safe, inclusive, affordable, and clean passenger and freight mobility. The IPCC also said that transport systems are socioeconomic systems that include systemic factors that are developing into potentially transformative drivers of emissions from the sector. And the socioeconomic systems, any changes undertaken with the aim on reduced greenhouse emissions will have social and economic effects. The carbonization of the transport, therefore, represents an opportunity to promote just transition, and an efficient and sustainable grid of public transportation enables positive socioeconomic effects. So everything is very interlinkages. By improving collective and non-motorized transport, neighborhoods and communities can transform due to less pollution, cleaner air, and higher safety. So all these are also co-benefits from transitioning from one more polluting transport modes to cleaner ones. Apart from the benefits for communities, the overall economy can benefit from the transportation from the transformation of the transport system. For instance, providing energy security and price stability. That is something that is quite variable when the system is not electrified and depends on third countries' importation of fossil fuels. Another example is the employment opportunities created by the transformation, and this was also linked to the just transition point that I made before. As the EU, we acknowledge that there are many social and economic challenges that cannot be ignored in this transition. And when undertake mitigation to climate change, the effect, we need to ensure that the effects are mostly positive, that we reinforce these positive effects and address the negative effects through a strategic blend of domestic policies and regulations. As an example, in the EU, we have established a social climate fund that is funded with the incomes of the auctioning of the allowances in the emission trading scheme, and that will operate from 2026, financing temporary direct income support to vulnerable households, and will provide funding to the EU member states to support measures and investments in the transport sector to promote zero and low emission mobility. And at the global level, the EU is also with the member states to supporting through multilateral development bank some projects to take into account decarbonization, and they take into account the link between transportation and the Sustainable Development Goals too. And I also wanted to re-emphasize the point made by Colombia on gender and transport. I think that analysis of the gender topic and it's linked with infrastructure planning and behavioral changes is also that it needs to be taken into account. And I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, while you're still with that, Mike, I just first want to thank you for bringing issues around what the IPCC is saying, and then reference to the EU and the rest. One issue I want you to speak to, what does the IPCC say about global cooperation? Two, the EU and Spain that you have done specific things around just transition and even committed funding. Could you speak to that also?
Yeah, for the second one, in Spain we have a just transition strategy. It is mainly now acting on just energy transition broadly, so it's working more on the phasing out of the coal plants and transformation in the regions where these coal plants are based, investing in training of the workers in those plants that convert to workers in more green jobs. We have been talking about this, I think, during these days a lot, how we can transform those workers that are left behind because of this transition and move them to these all new green jobs that are being created, and we are doing that through training. And the strategy also includes other sectors, but this we are, for the time being, just working on this broader energy transition pathway. And for the sustainable development of and the IPCC, was that your first question?
I wanted to pick your mind around IPCC. Does it say anything around global cooperation as strategy for mitigation or raising ambition around mitigation?
I think there's a chapter that refers to cooperation, but I'm sorry, I don't have it in my mind right now.
Yeah, I raise it because in the chapter, I think chapter 5 for transport, there's nothing mentioned.
Hmm.
And I thought that is a big problem if we want to raise this ambition the level we want.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think there are cross-sectoral chapters that might include this point.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
sister.
very much.
Yep. Another contribution? Honduras? Did I see your hand? Oh. Oh, Colombia.
I want to elaborate on our previous point and also answer your question, the question that you and congratulations, because this is a very good way to facilitate the dialogue to ask questions. This is a dialogue, not an intervention-y setting only. Yeah, I think that in general, when we're talking about development and socioeconomic impacts, it is very important that we really highlight the positive impacts. Perhaps the international discussion, the multilateral discussion has been biased towards talking only about potentially negative impacts and has left out the narrative of co-benefits, non-climate co-benefits of climate change mitigation, let's say. We just gave an example about the 16,000 deaths that we have in Colombia, according to our latest study in 2018, because of bad quality of air, which is in turn related with internal combustion engines for the most part. But there are also other benefits. I mean, it is very important that, for example, NDCs highlight and estimate previously what are the co-benefits in terms of economic diversification, in terms of employment, in terms of green jobs, in terms of being able to be more competitive. Whether we like it or not in the scenario of international trade, there are going to be more and more restrictions towards services and goods that are more aligned with the Paris Agreement. And it is common sense that countries and companies should be aligned with that. So that's a huge benefit of competitiveness for anyone that really understands first what is the logic behind the Paris Agreement. And I wanted to end just by saying that this specific health co-benefit needs to be really highlighted, and we hope that it is highlighted within the final notes of these sessions. We have data for deaths avoided if we meet the Paris Agreement goals, which is on the tens or hundreds of millions. Not to talk about morbidity, you know, each cases of illnesses put a load on the health financial resources of countries, which is especially important in developing countries, which are really constrained by that. I want to share an experience about Colombia's NDC, just to finalize. We integrated as an assessment of also black carbon, which is not talked here at all, but we know that black carbon is a climate forcer, that it has to do with climate change, and it is a part of the particulate matter, which in turn in developing countries is the main cause of environmental cost mortality. We have an inventory of black carbon, which in turn allows us to link the climate change with the health issue and estimate what are the people how many people are dying or getting sick, and also the loss of productivity associated with the people who are not able to continue working, and the load to the economic load to the health system, and that's in the order of, as we mentioned, 1.5 percent of our GDP. So that kind of cost should also be accounted in NDCs. So we really have the complete picture of what is the development and socioeconomic benefits of ambitious climate action.
Thank you very much. And I think, Secretariat, you should be picking these notes in details. There's the issue of the health core benefits, and we see how to build the narrative to support our push for ambition. And I think we may get back to Colombia for best practices and pick those data points, because sometimes data also would move the thinking of these politicians and bureaucrats that my boss also doesn't want to annoy. Okay, anybody else? How much time do you have? Okay. Malawi. Malawi used to have, is it Banda? Is it still alive? Sorry.
No, Banda is a clan name, so there's thousands of them still living.
The
But
president.
You're talking of the president. I
Yes.
know the president passed on in 1997 after serving us for, is it 31, 32 years, since 1964.
Okay. He's the Camus
He
Banda.
was declared, yes, he was declared life president. So he
Yes.
served until he died.
That's
But
why I'm still thinking is the
yeah,
president.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Thanks. No, yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I wanted to, I think, sum up maybe one thing that's coming from several ideas, even since yesterday. A number of countries, I think, mentioned it. Our colleagues, Eswatini, I think Chad, but also I think Colombia in a way, and one or two other colleagues. I think since yesterday and today, but relating to this topic, I wanted to maybe emphasize or hit the mark because I know here we are not negotiating, but we have colleagues on the other side of this dialogue who negotiate on response measures, as you may know, and it's become a hot topic as to what we should be doing or will be doing as we implement like such policies and measures, maybe to move our economies towards a just transition, green economy areas. So from where you're coming from, and then what would be those response measures that would need to undertake and implement to address the impact of those policies and measures that we may take up. And yesterday, today, I think we heard about maybe if we are changing sort of our industries that we have, want to move to shift, what happens maybe to those that would be losing their jobs, maybe some industries will be shutting down, etc. So that, I think the response measure scenario also must be considered somehow. Yeah, thank you.
I was waiting for you to hit the, you said to hit the nail. No, you have not hit the nail. Oh, I didn't feel it. Can you hit the nail and we see? What exactly is this issue around response measures that you are fearing or you think can be barrier to this discussion of ours?
Yeah, one example is, I'll give one quick example though. I heard yesterday, just one, because it was mentioned in here. My sister, the princess from Eswatini, the kingdom, said, like if we would want to move from petroleum-driven, diesel-driven, maybe engines or so, and then we move into electric ones or so, we must know that maybe some thousands of men and women, boys and girls, are likely to lose their jobs because, you know, these petrol attendants, fuel attendants, they're at a filling station, they've been employed to fuel our cars also. Now, you go into this electric, not everyone from these stations will migrate to those other new charging points also. So this is just one example. But we have industries also. I'm not very sure. Abu Dhabi, UAE, maybe they have. You have Saudi Arabia, you have others that the economies, whose economies like also are heavily reliant on maybe oil, and then you would want to reduce the consumption of those, and then you are migrating into electric, hydrogen also vehicles. So what happens to these also industries here? So that's that type of response measure that we should
Okay,
consider.
that's what I was expecting. Sometimes you need to hit it the way you've hit it. And the idea is we're not into a very easy and nice to play around stuff. This is difficult stuff for livelihoods, difficult stuff for our own existence. But we also know that the cost of doing nothing overweighs the small inconvenience we can. And that's why you see I picked on my sister from Spain to give us what Spain is doing. It is not, it is something we can benchmark and learn. There are countries, there are regions that are taking painful steps to address exactly that. And the earlier we start looking at it from, as Colombia is saying, the positive way, the earlier we'll start developing strategies of how to get those young men and women into even better paying jobs. Of course, many may easily lose livelihoods, but that's why we say it has to be a just transition. That fair to everybody. And it doesn't just come drop. So you need to study, you need to get numbers involved, and you start planning for if this has to move to other jobs or to retire to other one. What is the package of benefits that we're giving? Or it is skilling for other jobs. So that, from our side, from our position, is the one open mind I think we are pushing for. That if at this level we get to that kind of understanding and we're at the same level, there is a likelihood that we can cascade this to our citizens and start moving towards the same direction. But if we have leaders, and it is good you referred to, but I didn't, okay, I heard them from the Queen from Botswana, did you say? Eswatini. I will whisper with her between now and tomorrow. And we have very good relationship with the Eswatini, and visit and see how best we can work and start developing strategies on supporting the transitioning. What can we do at political level, at business level, at community level? Okay, thank you. Now that the reference to the Queen, do you want to say something? Please, Mike.
Thank you very much. I think part of what needs to be said has been said, but maybe just to add on some of the transition issues that were raised during other sessions. It was the issue of mechanics, vehicle mechanics that we have in our developing countries. Some of these guys have learnt the trade of their parents that had been working with and so on. So the transitioning means they have to learn, to relearn, and some of them are not necessarily, well, they don't have the basic education to allow them to learn. But it's I think what you are saying, to say how do we transition, just looking at all the levels from a policy perspective all the way through to capacitating the people so that we do not have negative socioeconomic impacts. I think I also raised this issue when we were talking about fuels, to say as you transition the fuels themselves, in the case of Eswatini, for example, right now we have the sugarcane industry, and it is one industry that that has a great potential to provide stock for biofuels. But currently, the undesired is happening. For harvesting, we burn the cane. And if you are going to optimize, then you need to go green harvesting. But if you go green harvesting, there are the cane cutters who make a living out of that. So it's a socioeconomic issue where the people who are talking about, it's difficult to transition them into other things because of the level of education or no education, as it may.
Okay, that's why I was saying it is painful and difficult, and it is not a turnkey undertaking. We are thinking that climate action should have people at the center. And each and every community, so long as is given space, first of all, to understand the issues and understand the livelihood they are in, I think they'll make an informed decision and be part of the journey. And we take them by their commitment. Because the fundamental thing is respect of human persons in this process. It is only when we don't do that that the transition becomes unfair and we begin to have those issues you're talking about. Otherwise, thank you very much. But like I was saying, I think this is where maybe my sister from Spain was talking about EU and maybe links the IPCC. This is where we shall need maybe to start. You know, sometimes I ask people whether they also read some of these very wonderful reports from the IPCC on what you find in a hall, somebody maybe 2 or even 1. And yet there's very good material in there. But maybe we would now start looking at how best to tailor, make certain material that can easily be understood for various purposes, so that we start moving even our policymakers to a better position in this initiative. Otherwise, the whole already are like this. In the earlier discussion, you know, there was already debate which wanted to come around, you know, always our debate around mitigation and adaptation. And I said, no, not for today. Let's put it somewhere, because normally that's where we go, because then it is easy for us, because that's what we understand. But these things need us to think, China, okay. And then, sorry, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Just want to share some views, and I think it's also been mentioned by previous interventions. Yes, it's obviously the transition, low carbon transition in transportation sector will have some co-benefits, both air quality, environmental quality improvement, and we can also addressing the climate change. And the thing I think is struggling for governments and the society is the transportation is a basic demand for peoples, and also the basic support for whole society development and run in a stable way. So at this stage, some technologies or products can be available, affordable, but some of them are still in the stage of the research or development. It's not so mature, have some issues or costs. So we cannot afford to stop this transportation, to wait for them to grow up. We need to keep this process to be developed, because especially in many developing countries, the ownership of the car is still low at the rate, and the demand for high level, personalized, timelessness, more comfortable transportation service are still growing. you cannot deny that demand is fair for everyone to can access such service of transportation. So the issue is how we can to make this transition stable, sustainable, and we can accelerate, but without to add the expense to ignore the basic demand of the transportation service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if you correct me if I didn't hear the proper, you said in this whole intervention, we already have technologies that are already tested and are working, but we need to upscale them. Is that what I heard?
Yes, in some areas, the technology is still in the phase of research, and we need to scale up the speed to make it more mature, and so that the products can be much more acceptable for the public. So when public decides what their choice is the traditional vehicles or the new energy vehicles, there are two key factors that will make them to make the decision. One is the cost. One is the operation of these vehicles is compatible with the traditional or not, and especially for some the passenger vehicles is something in some case, but for the commercial vehicles, you need to take it to make a living. They have other considerations on that, so it will be very it will be the key issue, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Denmark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, facilitator. And thank you for good interventions all around. Just reflecting on some of that and providing an example from Denmark. I know we're a member of the EU as well, but a specific example from Denmark in terms of what we're talking about in terms of reskilling and transferring people from one sector to another, because I agree that, of course, a huge challenge, and the loss of jobs are very real, and I think every country is facing that, but with varying degrees. But in Denmark, so we found that our oil and gas sector is in decline, so our production is declining. But at the same time, people are able to use the skills that they have obtained in the oil and gas sector, in the offshore wind sector. So there's actually a direct sort of transfer of skills between a fossil fuel-based sector and a clean sector. And I think that there are other examples to that, where you can actually use some of the skills from the existing sectors in some of the newer, more low carbon and clean sectors. And then just picking up on one of your points, facilitator, the cost of doing nothing as well. So the transition is already happening. It's always out there, already out there. You can see the numbers from the IEA saying now that the use of fossil fuels will peak this decade, also because of the rollout of EVs. Even if we do nothing there, or if we do nothing from the political side to address these specific issues, it will still happen. So we have the chance to shape that and to try to influence that in a positive way, so we can reap even more of the positive benefits and avoid the lock-in into old infrastructure, into old ways of producing and transporting.
What tools? It's very good you brought that issue of transferring the same skills. But what tools did you use to map that transfer?
So I think there's been a comprehensive reskilling program in Denmark for years, for decades, to make sure that you have your education, of course, your basic education, but also that the education is a lifelong process. So you have opportunities to re-educate yourself and to continue both to update your skills, but also to transfer those skills to other sectors. And then, of course, about finding the compatibility between. So, for example, for oil and gas, working in the platforms out in the deep sea is some of the same skills you need to put in place offshore windmills, also out in the sea. So it's also about finding those compatibilities, I guess.
Thank you very much. United Kingdom. Before we come to Marshall Islands, let's get to the UK.
Can I just check how long we have left, so to make sure the Marshall Islands have got time to talk?
About 15 minutes.
Okay, plenty of time. So I think a lot of what I'll say has probably been covered already. We would urge parties to consider sustainable development and climate mitigation as interdependent rather than competing priorities, as many people here have said today. This is evident in the research, which shows that whilst $5.8 trillion is needed to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals, almost half of that is needed for climate mitigation and adaptation. So it's important to look at the long-term holistic costs when developing policy. Certain policies may cost less, but you'll have to pay more for the sharp socioeconomic impacts. So it's helpful to consider policies that support both aspects and the 1.5 degrees aligned. In the UK, we're working to ensure that the transition to net zero transport does not just deliver the emission reductions necessary for our contributions to a 1.5 degrees pathway and the objectives of the Paris Agreement, but also captures the widespread economic opportunities with skilled green jobs across the country, ensuring no one is left behind. Our cross-modal and holistic transport decarbonisation plan estimated that the transition to zero-emission road transport alone will create or protect over 72,000 jobs across the supply chain, manufacture and delivery of infrastructure, with a significant proportion in our industrial heartlands of the Midlands and northern regions. While our work to decarbonise the shipping sector is creating opportunities for sustainable development driven by the potential of a green industrial revolution in maritime and our coastal regions, and developing a domestic sustainable aviation fuels industry, as we're doing with a number of measures, including our sustainable aviation fuel mandate and £165 million advanced fuels fund, could create 65,000 jobs by 2050, with investment attracted all across the UK, so quite equitably distributed. We also understand the need to support both climate action and sustainable development and encourage further support for both, including through the UK PACT programmes, the Mitigation Action Facility, which is led by Germany and the UK, and the Global Facility to Decarbonise Transport, which is a multi-donor trust fund managed by the World Bank. And the economic benefits aren't limited to jobs in the direct supply chain. In addition to connecting people to jobs, services and education, a net zero transport system, including the key role for collective and non-motorised modes within it, this transition will go some way to mitigating the impacts of poor air quality, which, as several people have mentioned, doesn't just have the impacts on human health, but then it has the subsequent impacts on the wider economic development through inactivity, stress on the health service. And there's a stat, so 385,000 premature deaths globally were associated with transport tailpipe emissions in 2015, and Colombia have obviously also provided their domestic evidence. So yeah, a lot of evidence out there to point to the scale of both the current challenge, but also the scale of the opportunities and the wider co-benefits that can come from this transition. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But on this one, you may not need to answer, or you can. Recently, the political decision to walk back some of the would be ambitious policy directions by the UK government, originally done, is creating a little bit of discomfort. And then the UK as a government has now to start a kind of a communication strategy to get this message out. What is being put in place, especially moving towards the COP in the end of November and December, because it can be a source of some disharmony within the kind of ambition that was already being set. As I said, you can or you can pass.
No, I can speak to it a bit. So I'm a transport expert rather than the sort of wider climate expert. I say expert quite loosely, by the way. So I can say that we remain 100% committed to our nationally determined contribution and our domestic legally binding carbon budgets that we need to meet. So they're 5-year periods which set a carbon limit on emissions across the economy. And then you mentioned that some specific measures have been brought into this, so I can talk to that as well. So one of them was the in transport, which is our area, which was the pushback in the phase out of petrol and diesel vehicles from 2030 to 2035. So that was to ensure some flexibility for consumers between that 2030 to 2035 period. But I would say that a couple of days after the Prime Minister's speech, we published our zero emission vehicle mandate. So that is the regulatory framework, which is the most ambitious of its kind in the world, which will set annual interim targets between 2024, January 2024, when it comes into place, and 2030 on the sort of accelerating the uptake of zero emission vehicles. So that's starting at 22% of all new car sales have to be zero emission in 2024, and then that scales up to 80% in 2030 before 100% phase out in 2035.
And what is the reaction from business, the car giants, the car makers?
The reaction from business has been positive regarding the publication of the ZEV mandate. So we spent a long time consulting with industry on the precise details of it, and they've very much welcomed the publication when it came. It's been a significant investment. Significant factor in investment decisions. So I think it's 6 billion in the automotive sector, and then since publication of the ZEV mandate, or since we published the final proposals, this was back in March, we've seen the UK charging sector come forward with 6 billion of committed investment between now out to 2030, because that certainty is being provided with the sort of details of the regulation.
You published this in March?
So we published the final proposals for the regulation in March, and then in September we published, we confirmed the details, and then it will be signed into legislation in December before coming into force in January.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Chad. Oh, sorry. Marshall Alliance, before I come to Chad. Sorry. You know, my other almost 60% of working life is in the UK, so I was taken up with what you were submitting. Sorry, please.
Thanks very much. And most of my working life is also in the UK, but speaking for the Marshall Islands now. I wanted to pick up on a few points on socio-economic impacts that people have made, because a lot of it's chimed with the Marshall Islands experience. And we've heard a lot about, I guess, the choices politicians have to take in the change. I'm very conscious when thinking about changes to industries and jobs being lost. You know, there are good and bad examples from developed countries, and we heard some good examples from Denmark. But if jobs aren't replaced, new industries don't come, we see communities left behind, and that can lead to populist politics. And we've seen the effect of that in different communities in the global north. And just going back to the points that were raised by Malawi and Eswatini, I was speaking with my colleague yesterday about a similar challenge on changing the transport system in the Marshalls and bringing in more public transport, replacing taxis. And again, the politicians are having to take tough decisions around, do you put the taxi drivers out of work? And in a much smaller community like the Marshalls, where do you find the jobs that could replace them? Because if you're a larger country with a lot of industry, government can steer where industries locate through taxation choices, incentives, etc. For a smaller community, those jobs might not be there to come in and replace the ones that are lost. But I wanted to give a more positive message, because I'm also thinking about the change you tend to see in industries anyway. And if you think about the petrol pump attendant example, you look to the rest of the world and those jobs have already been replaced by technology. And so it's not like these industries aren't going to change anyway. And so we have to think, how do we make that change a positive one, both environmentally and economically and socially, and ensure that the opportunities are coming in and there's planning involved in making sure that, you know, as we heard from other examples, the reskilling, retraining, the incentivizing industry to come in and replace jobs happens. And the other area the Marshall Islands works in is shipping, with one of the 3 biggest shipping registries in the world, and we're doing a lot of work in the IMO. And we've been trying to incentivize stronger targets and a change. Some of the arguments that have been coming back are fears about, you know, whether the money and the training will be there for seafarers to handle new fuels. But also we've been, you know, pushing the message that there are opportunities around the use and production of new fuels, possibly in new areas. You know, renewable energy has huge potential across Africa to generate green hydrogen and ammonia-based fuels that can be used in shipping. And so hopefully there will be new industries and new opportunities in different places. And it's, you know, there are positive aspects to the change as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and sorry for earlier having. You raised a very good point around automation and technology replacing the jobs, and that's what some of us need to keep in our driving mirrors. Chad.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Awareness, sustainable urban planning, and accessibility and affordability of energy in addition, infrastructure of road drainage system are the key for Chad to address sustainable development and socioeconomic impacts for just energy transition in transport sector. Energy access, sustainable infrastructure, including technologies and suitable road awareness and alignment between climate commitment and policy, need to be enhanced through knowledge sharing, capacity building, to tackle the challenge. I think the developed country can play a huge role in mobilizing funds, and also putting in mind that country committed to raise funds for the implementation of Paris Agreement, especially when it comes to the conditional option of NDCs. For this, Chad would like to raise also that mobilizing public fund could solve the gap that this developed country were facing in addressing debts in their countries. So climate change or climate change fund shouldn't shouldn't constitute a barrier for increasing debt in our country. So yeah, I think I will stop here and then listen to others. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think you've tickled my mind around the debt debate. And I think you rightly put it that we shouldn't fear debt because of financing our climate ambition. Iswatini?
Thank you very much. May I just take this opportunity to briefly react on the subject of automation taking over anyway. I will tell a very short story. I was in Australia in 2002. There was no petrol attendant then there.
We don't have my colleagues from Australia. Anyway. Continue.
There was no petrol attendant there. If you're driving a car and you go to the filling station, you would get to the pump, get out of your car, fuel your car, go pay, get back in the car and go. Where I come from, 21 years later, I still have petrol attendants. So these things, how it then happens is, I think he was talking about the issue of the Marshall Islands, I think it's Marshall Islands, whether you want to replace taxi drivers. Sometimes it's then a matter of policy.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you have a population, you want to make sure that resources are circulated to all. Everyone has something to put on the table at the end of the day. So whether it's automation or climate change, at the end of the day, as we said, it's all about people. People should be at the center of it all. So unless we know what to do with the people, it will be very difficult for our governments to have policies that will allow some of these things that will mean it's now more difficult to distribute resources. And while we're on that, even the buses will be self-driving, they'll be driven by whatever. So at the end of the day, we have to have a foolproof plan, a plan that will make sure that at the end of the day, while all is said and done, everyone, in as far as it's practical, has something to put on the table. They have a job that they can be able to learn. And in some instances, it's just a matter of time to say, we have this population, after 15, 20 years, this is what we're going to do, because as people are retiring, how are we going to handle it? But it means making sure that the people that are coming behind are well capacitated for the changes that are happening in the world economy.
Okay, thank you. I work with International Transport Workers Federation. The issue of automation is at the heart of some of the things we're doing. Automation to us is not for replacing jobs, but making workers do their jobs better. So that's a debate we can have for another day, especially experience in Australia. When I have my Australian friends and we chat around, but technology is a real life changing experience that we should be prepared to engage with from an informed position and see how best technology can support our workers to do their jobs better than replacing them. Because there are issues around technology, automation that we need to still improve. Because the idea is what we're thinking, and this frame is around just transition, is that there should be an informed process right from the beginning of designing the technology with workers' input, with business input, with government input, so that at the end of the day, when the technology is out and rolling, it serves everybody. So that is oh, my boss is telling me there's 0 time. No, please, I can give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. 2 minutes is just too short. Okay, that's okay. First of all, well, I lived in the United States, Northern Virginia, like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, just for 1 year. If memory serves me well, in the state of New Jersey, petrol attendant was the must, obligatory. So no self-fueling was allowed back then. This is very interesting topic for me, because I made an intervention yesterday about the just transition, regarding just transition, what is happening in my city of Ulsan, Korea, in the manufacturing, car manufacturing sector. I like to talk about the electrification of the kind. What can I say? In Korea, we call it a one-ton truck. It's a like kind of equivalent to a pickup truck in the United States and Latin America. Well, that one-ton trucks were blamed on our poor air quality in Korea because like 3 or 4 years ago, before pandemic, the city of Seoul city of Seoul had very air quality condition, especially about the fine dust, particulate pollution. So government had to act because city of Seoul was very vulnerable to that kind of pollution because its topology, its terrain is the basin. So if once the fine dust is trapped in the basin, there was no way out. So government moved very actively in subsidizing the purchase of electric truck, and it was very much successful because those one-ton truck drivers were not a long-haul trucks; they are just moving around the city, and it was very a good example for us to kind of success story about how we align the greenhouse gas reduction and also positive socio-economic impact. It was too successful that it made our charging stations so crowded because their batteries are much bigger than the passenger cars. So passenger cars now have to wait in a long line because all those chargers are many chargers are now occupied by those one-ton trucks. But anyway, so far it was a very good case because drivers were happy, and general public were happy, and even though taxpayers' money was spent, but it would be spent somehow because because our government has the subsidizing program for those one-ton truck programs. So we just turned the subsidy on the fossil fuel, to the subsidy on the purchase of the electric truck. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that case study best practice. I think our time is over. I want to just say thank you very much for taking time to share this discussion and conversation. I think it has been a learning curve for all of us, including myself. And I'll continue engaging my sister and Queen and see how we can navigate those serious challenges we're having, and they are everywhere. Otherwise, thank you very much. See you in the plenary.
Hi everyone. I think the end of the song is a cue for us to restart the session. This is the fourth breakout room session of the day. Together with my colleague Maria and Walters from the Secretariat, we'll work with you or guide you on the aspect related to technology and capacity challenges. My name is Simon Benmeraz. I work at ARENA. I'm the lead on technology infrastructure, and together with my colleague from the Technology Executive Committee, TEC, we're very happy to be co-facilitators for these sessions. We know it's been a long afternoon for you, so we really like to have additional inputs you have related to those aspects related to technology transfer, capacity building, and so on, and how specific condition in your country or example of early successes in other, let's say, environment can lead to increased ambition in the transport sector regarding mitigation options. So this is something we really are very keen to collect with you today, and this will be, let's say, very helpful to feedback to the, let's say, reporting session that will happen after the closing of this session. So I'll hand over to my colleague Maria, who will give us a bit of a, let's say, overview of the main, let's say, barrier challenges we already discussed in this afternoon, and as well the insight we collected from the World Cafe earlier in the morning.
Thank you, Simon. I know, first of all, thank you for staying up. I know it's just a long day for you as well. So in terms of the barriers and challenges that related to technology, as well as capacity, yeah, the World Cafe was in kind of an eye-opener for what are the challenges we face as countries, as organizations, as individuals to transform transportation sector is per se. One of I mean, out of the 3 workshops that we conducted, myself and Simon today, what we heard from most of the colleagues in the room was there are few elements that they agree on, that there are challenges. One is A, finance, B, access to technology, C, capacity building in terms of skills and re-skills, which is really required for real implementation as well. And the other thing that they highlighted is in order to address these things, one of the most uphand available tool within themselves is collaboration. Collaboration between partner agencies with developing countries, partner agencies with the with their respective agencies as well, in addition to developed countries in partnership with developing countries as well. So just in a nutshell, these are the main challenges that we have collected so far, and we're happy to listen from you about what are the opportunities that lies in order to bridge these challenges, in addition to provide us with case studies or sustainable practices that is done to reduce address these gaps as well. So with that, I hand over to colleague Simon.
Thank you for this overview. I think that's really synthesize a bit the earlier discussion. I'd like to open the floor for any insights or experiences you would like to share regarding tech and capacity challenges. Yes, please. You're from Palau, no? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I just want to share Palau's experience with batteries. We have recently brought on an independent power producer with solar PV, and they are supplementing, they're smoothing out the solar variability using batteries. The reason why I'm talking about batteries is because in the transport sector, they're also trying to bring on these EVs, which are kind of mobile batteries. Part of the challenges that we had with this IPP was regarding around the safety aspect of it. We had the tier one providers of the batteries, and they're kind of ground mounted and they're very well protected. But even then, we didn't really have such strong capacity on how to operate those and how to maintain them and make sure that they stay at a safe operating level. And this is for batteries that are ground mounted, stable, and they're well protected. And so when I'm thinking about the challenges, the barriers for technology and capacity in the transport sector, is the safety standards around EVs and what to do with them in the event that they get into car accidents. From what I understood is that there wasn't that much development of those safety issues. What are like the front line, the first responders, how do they deal with EVs in accidents? And just knowing, the previous decade, Samsung battery, lithium-ion batteries blowing up in people's pockets, and how would we do that if we just started throwing these batteries around as if they were in a car accident? So that was one of the things that has been in the forefront of Palau's experience, having recently come off of this IPP with the batteries and introducing new technologies into our society, and how the people can deal with that, and also what are the safety standards, because we're now contemplating trying to bring in an EV pilot into the mix. So that was one of the examples like to raise to start the discussion.
Thank you for your experience. I think those risks, let's say, mitigation on the technical level are quite interesting, quite new comments. So thank you so much for your contribution. We have next Colombia.
Thank you. And this is really a very important issue, as we talk about probably which is the sector that is most capital intensive of them all when we are talking about mitigation. That really requires very big investments in infrastructure and in other related issues with a very limited urban space. So this is really the place where all these talks about technology transfer and capacity building that have been talked so long during the negotiations can really become a reality. And I'm going to talk in particular of my case in my country. We as a developing country, our infrastructure regulations and approval procedures are limited, and in some cases do not allow us to establish regulatory policies at the same level as, let's say, European standards that would allow us to guarantee and to verify that the technology that we're incorporating for our electric mobility is safe and has some quality criteria as it happens in Europe. So it's important that we send a message, a clear message about the type of technology and the quality standards that the electric vehicles that we want to massify, that we're intending, that are beginning an exponential curve. Okay, that's okay, we have an exponential curve, but let's also agree on the quality standards of those vehicles. Let's talk about safety features of electric vehicles. For example, we know that there's a very big gap in terms of safety. I know that this is not climate change related, but we need to talk integrally What about the safety of the vehicles that we are introducing, the electric vehicles that are usually small and are usually rate the worst when they're being tested in crash tests and so on. I think that everything, all I'm talking about needs or implies the need to invest in a structure that our transition to electric mobility is based on the best, we need the transition to electric mobility to be based on the best available technology and to meet quality and safety expectations that our citizens deserve. All citizens in the world deserve the same safety standards. Understanding the need for deep decarbonization, for the other part, understanding that need in the sector, we are trying to work on a hydrogen roadmap. We have an initiative to carry out pilots with hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in long distance trucks and taxis, being aware, of course, that Colombia's main potential is for green hydrogen needs to be through renewable solar and wind energy. That's the only option for us. One of the great barriers to reduce the capex of electric vehicles focuses on proposing business models around batteries, understanding that these are the components that represent the highest cost of the vehicle and for which a transformation is necessary. This is like the most important part of the chain. There is an opportunity to propose, let's say, battery leasing or renting schemes where the owner of the battery is an entity, where that is a company that has enough economic and financial capacity to assume the cost and everything related. And also like battery swapping schemes and other schemes are interesting for us. Just before I pass the microphone to my colleague that is going to complement, we think that it is important to deploy infrastructure for public and private electric charging, where public service providers, banks, electric vehicles marketers, national and territorial governments, among others, are really key actors, key stakeholders to achieve the transition to electric mobility. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to add something. Another important challenge in terms of technology and information for citizens is how they can move, how to design and implement information systems through apps and technology with system and visual elements that facilitate understanding of the location, directions and routes to specific destinations for walking, cycling, and getting around on public transport. It should seek to improve the user experience by providing clear and accessible information, allowing people to move effectively and efficiently in cities, to the use of elements such as posters, maps, signs, and visual guides. Wayfinding contributes to reduce confusion, providing better orientation in our environment. This process, of course, takes into account people regardless of their physical, cultural, social capabilities, being a design model based on diversity, social inclusion for Colombian citizens, in order to allow more people to walk, ride by bike, and use public transport instead of using cars or motorcycles. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those contributions. I also really enjoyed that you both the multimodal approach of enabling citizens to use a different approach, but also you mentioned different different type of, let's say, vehicle. You mentioned EVs. You mentioned also hydrogen and fuels. I know as well in Colombia you're also piloting different, let's say, mode like compressed natural gas buses as well. So I think that's very important to see that different type of technology needs different, let's say, addressing different challenges. So thank you so much. Yes, please, Spain.
Thank you very much. Well, technology development and technology transfer and capacity building can support all regions in transition into low and zero emission transport systems. This is clear. And we have the opportunity to solve the technology and capacity challenges. This will help mitigating the risk for parties to invest in fossil-based technologies that will eventually, and sooner than later, end as stranded assets. So the decisions that we take today regarding technologies will have an impact in the near future, and this is something that needs to be taken into account when we select the technologies that we are financing. So actions by public stakeholders and the private sector today are determining our future. And designing and implementing regulation that takes into account innovation and research and that ensures that research is provided with sufficient resources will help us in having a cleaner future, I would say. In the EU, we strongly support efforts in research and innovation, in technology and in building capacity, in closing the capacity gaps, both in the EU at the global level. I guess that you have heard this already in the other 3 rooms that you have been, but just for the people in this room, I would like to highlight that the EU invests intensively in innovation in the Innovation Fund. That is a fund that is investing in projects focused on zero and innovative technologies, zero emissions innovative technologies. And there is also a fund called Horizon Europe with a budget that almost 100 billion to support research priorities related to global challenges. So this is developing technologies that can be used broadly. And there is also a new alternative fuels infrastructure facility that provides grants that complement the bank finance to cover the risks associated with the development of clean technologies, especially electric vehicle chargers and hydrogen refueling stations. These are some of the things that we are doing in the EU, and I'm happy to share more information with those interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, yeah, that's very encouraging information. We heard from the EU in the round just before about those programs really leading in terms of collaboration, cooperation between countries, and also we learned that there is a lot of projects that are looking at capacity as well, development. Thank you. Is there any other insights, comments on this topic? Yes, Turkey.
Thank you. We see the green transition process as an ecosystem, and a part of this ecosystem is technology, finance, and capacity building, of course. To achieve our climate change targets and to make the green transition of our sectors available, we established a new institution on technology. Its name is Clean Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability Institution, Research Institution, and the aim of the institution is to create an enabling environment for technology development, transfer and deployment. And the institution will also set national policies and will create ecosystem and also support the researchers that are needed for the decarbonization of the sectors. There are 6 main focus areas under the institution, and 2 of them is on energy and transport. We think that without required finance and technology, it's not possible to make this transition process. So from this side, this institution will work on the needs of the country regarding the new technologies and make the national policies regarding these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have a participant online, and we'll go back to Colombia for follow-up insights. But I'd like to invite our online participants to open their microphone, and if they can, please introduce yourself and your organization. Thank you. And your country. Apology. If you can hear us online, I don't think you opened your microphone, so please check your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dan Belusa. I represent environmental NGOs. I'm with the Danish 92 group, so I'm not representing a party, but environmental NGOs. And I just wanted to respond to the. I'm not an expert on EVs, but I am the owner of a 12-year-old Nissan Leaf. And I think this question by Impala about the safety, I can tell you that when for an old EV, you are sometimes looking for crashes of EVs because the batteries tend to survive always. And unlike fossil cars, they don't. I mean, the fuel is not explosive, so even if there's accidents, generally the cars. I mean, the batteries last, but the old cars, the batteries were smaller. The batteries generally seem to survive. And I think that also in terms of Colombia, I think it is really important to have this objective product responsibility enforced against I mean, for the car companies who's providing the car. I think it's usually a 2-year one, but on electric cars and the batteries, there's usually an 8 years product responsibility, which for my car, of course, is too old, but when the first 8 years is surviving, generally the battery will survive definitely for another 8 years. So these are, I think, the objective responsibility of the producers is very important to have somehow enforced. I'm not sure if we have a special law in Europe. I think it's the same warranties would be provided by these big companies worldwide, I should say. On the issue of technology capacity challenges, I think there's a lot of positive and negative, so both challenges and opportunities. In this fact that somebody mentioned earlier that the cars are, I think it was also Palau, that the cars, electric cars are batteries on wheels. Because of course, the big challenge in terms of technology is to provide the power to have green electricity in an abundance at the time when people want to charge their cars. And this, of course, means it's a power sector that needs to be brought up at the same time as we get the electric cars. The opportunity is also that you have, at least in Europe after the energy crisis last year, everyone is very aware of the electricity price hour by hour. So at night time, last night, the power in Denmark was cost a quarter of what it costs here now in the afternoon. And that price difference, of course, if you have an electric car, you can use it to your benefit, charging your car when its power is cheap, and either drive it or just use the power from the car for other electricity users when the power is expensive. So in that way, helping regulating the grid. So there's both. I mean, the big challenge, of course, is to provide enough stable electricity supply, but there's also definitely some benefit, and you can nearly shift using the battery to shift power from night to day, not from season to season, but from night to day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also, the voice of non-parties is also important to hear. So thanks again for the insights and feedback as well, responding to the interventions. We had Colombia. Was it a ghost request, or you want to have a follow-up?
It's working. No, a follow-up on the comment when I finished about the CNG buses that we incorporated to our fleet some years ago. Just to say that very recently, the capital of a country, Colombia, Bogota, declared a climate emergency. So according to that climate emergency and according to the law, now it is not possible to import anything that is based on fossil fuels in terms of public transportation. So no more buses based on CNG neither. And also then our national policy is intending to only bring to promote and foster that cities do not import anything that is based on fossil fuels. That's because we made some projections for many other reasons, including public health and so on, but also because according to our projections, if anything that adds fossil fuels to the transport is going to make it impossible for us to meet our commitments and the trajectory that is necessary to reach net zero by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you for the follow-up and the clarification. Do we have other insights, comments, reflections, including online participants, maybe? Yes, we have China, please.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to share some views regarding technology and capacity building. And although the technology of new energy, small passenger cars and light logistics vehicles has gradually matured in recent years, but we found there is still a lack of mature energy alternatives for heavy trucks and ships in the short term. And there are still technical bottlenecks in the range and the payload of new energy heavy trucks, and hydrogen-fueled and ammonia-fueled ships are still in the initial stage of research and the development of technology and equipment. The safety, risk prevention, control, and the research on the standards and specifications. I remember the presentation this morning. You have explained the advantage and the disadvantage of different fields. Some have high cost, and some we also need to think about how to deal with the risk management, and some has some hazards. We need to consider such different dimensions. So I think the level of the cost and the maturity will impact the deployment of the technology. And the other side, if the scale of the deployment of the technology also will reduce the cost and improve the maturity. So we need to balance and to have to make this circle to have a positive feedback and to improve each other. And another thing, I think the requirement of the management is also different from for the traditional transportation. If a company or a government, when you manage the transportation donated from the EVs and such new types of transportations, it's totally different requirements, and the requirement is kind of high, and it needs more accurate, and need to pay lots of attention on how to allocate the vehicles and make this more efficient and effective, compatible with traditional vehicles and systems. Another thing I think Melly have mentioned that when we develop the new type of transportation system, it's very important to combine the low carbon or green development with the intelligent transportation system, because if only we can build an intelligent transportation system, we can give these systems more flexibility, and we can better management the different kind of types of transportation sectors and make these different elements compatible with each other. And the thing is not only the technology for the transportation, it's also the technology for the digital technology, and the related equipments like chip and something like that. So it's not only focusing on the transportation. So it remains another issue: is how we can access to the technology, and some technologies, and how we can to improve the research and development of such technology. I think that is the issue for all of the countries, and especially for developing countries, because the research and the development, the West is need to be to the public finance have a very key role on this regarding these aspects. So and it takes a long time to make some critical achievement or breakthrough. So that's the issue. We also need to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very interesting point. You mentioned innovation is not only about the equipment, it's about business model, how consumer use it. So the holistic approach of systemic innovation is very important. Also the emergence of new behaviors in the use of new technologies. You mentioned the aspect of like allocation of vehicles and so on. A new question will arise on how you can solve congestion, for example, when everyone wants to charge at the same time. So I think that pattern as well require attention, both on the hard innovation, I would say, on the hardware, but we saw it with Maria's presentation this morning on the software and the orgware. So how human systems respond to that. Thank you so much. Is there? We have a chat.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I do agree with a statement made by China, and Chad also would like to see that this technology should be a technology which is not only material but also knowledge sharing, and also sharing experience, sensitizing people. Also, it has to be a high political event, should be organized during the COP in order to inform and in order to also to enhance this and show the best experience. And also, this could be a a commitment that and that we have said. So at political level need to be a technical level, need to be accompanied by political level. So everything, including population, should move together in order to implement and manage transport sector. This is one. As we said, availability and affordability of the technology, it's critical. We don't have the basic of the technology, which is starting with the, as we said, energy access. And we have at least we are in the beginning stage of sustainable cities. So I think sharing and also funding this huge project in mitigation for the developing country, this is a starting point that could give us a way of going green and toward zero carbon. As we say, we are in lack of roads, technology including road, space management, and also these are not easy, as you can see that Those are very huge amount of money that is required. And also we have the country made pledge and also made an announcement that they are providing fund to the least developed country and no one should be left behind. So mobilizing fund in order to help this country in need this country are vulnerable to the impact of climate change could be a way to go toward what we are facing. This is another thing. I have so many things to say, but I think I will stop here. Then listening to others.
You can always raise again your hand or your nameplates. Thank you so much. I think that's another valuable comment on the issue of financing affordable solutions as well. So you increase acceptance in many developing countries, and also help to really increase awareness and scaling up solution there. So that's a very valuable comment for the reporting. Is there any other comments, insights? Yes, please.
Thanks. It's been really interesting listening to all the interventions on that. Everyone tackling with some difficult challenges, because this is a complex interdisciplinary problem with solutions right across the full range of technology readiness levels. So that's from electric vehicles, which are sort of proven at scale, to moving into the potentially harder to abate sectors of maritime or aviation, and what the technological solutions there will be. So above the work being undertaken domestically by parties, and we've heard about some of that knowledge sharing across parties, in particular through coordinated international working groups and forums on the successes or otherwise of interventions to decarbonise transport, will really support ensuring that interventions are delivered successfully, including from the perspective of the transport user. I thought it'd be worth flagging some of the sort of international support in this space as well. So some of the international programmes which the UK is supporting to provide technical assistance include the Global Facility for the Decarbonisation of Transport. So an example of a programme there is supporting a regional financing facility to decarbonise transport in sub-Saharan Africa that will help countries harmonise policies and investment programmes to promote electric cars, buses and 2- and 3-wheelers. Then there's the Mitigation Action Facility, which is led by the UK and Germany. That's supporting public transport operators in Nepal to finance and deploy over 3,000 electric minibuses and charging stations nationally. And then UK Pact, which has worked with Mexico on strengthening the design of pop-up active mobility infrastructure, working with local governments there to help planning and putting in place pop-up bike lanes and other measures. So right across the full sort of technical breadth. Another example is the Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council and its International Assistance Task Force, which is collectively strengthening the international assistance offer for emerging markets and developing economies. Some of the recommendations from the International Assistance Task Force in previous years have included the launch and subsequent scale-up of the ZEV Rapid Response Facility and the launch of a ZEV country partnership model, with the first one being between India, the UK and the US. This year, the task force is going to publish a zero-emission vehicles roadmap at COP28 and further scale up the ZEV Rapid Response Facility, which is focused on short terms, that's less than 18 months, technical assistance projects with ambitious emerging markets who are signatories to the COP26 ZEV Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a lot of very useful information on initiatives to support both on technical assistance and reinforcing capacity, and glad to hear about the upcoming, let's say, news from COP28 on the task force. Thank you so much. Is there any other comments, insights? I don't see, so I'm going to ask Maria to prepare, maybe to wrap up a bit the different contributions.
Thank you.
If there is no other last comments.
Thank you. Everybody is bit less energy, but nevertheless, this is an important issue that we discuss, and many thanks to you for actively participating and providing your recommendations for improving this access to technology. From the discussions, what I got mainly is there were some concerns associated with battery issues initially, and there were some clarifications that was made about on that per se. Some countries also express about the space issue within the existing ecosystems, or like within the urban landscaping, and how to integrate the technology and the required infrastructure is difficult, and it comes with some safety issues, even to the designs and the vehicles by itself. We also collected information about the competitiveness of the current ICE models into the EVs. It's also an important thing that we need to take into consideration while doing this transformation, because it is also a bit of challenging thing as well. And then the use of ecosystem approach, and we need to consider the transport system is a one whole ecosystem approach for innovation as well. And there needs to be kind of a approach for governance, appropriate governance mechanism that could perhaps govern the new emerging innovations within that ecosystem is also something that I think it's a huge thing. Then there was some discussion about the knowledge sharing, which is also important, as we also need to learn from each other's mistakes and lessons learned to improve our work, especially on areas where there are some kind of similarities in understanding as well. One of the other thing that was highlighted was the importance of research, development, and demonstration, which needs to go hand in hand as well, in order to address these challenges as well. And also we see that there are some existing financial mechanisms and financial instruments that are available, like the innovation funds, which was established to attract financing, to attract funds and to demonstrate these innovations in the countries where it is needed most. So that provides kind of overall discussions within ourselves. Anything to add, Simon?
No, that's a very good summary. I think we have a lot of material to report back there. So I think those will be very valuable to progress on those issues and really bring back what most matter for the parties and non-parties as well. So thank you very much for your attention today. I think what we leave to Walter the formal closing. I know he has some announcements for you, and also maybe the next steps in the program for today.
Thanks a lot, Simon, and thanks everyone. Good evening. I'm sure you probably have received the information but I'm going to just share it anyway. So after this, we'll now head to the plenary, where we'll do the report backs on the various groups. But for those that are eligible for DSA payment, you are being encouraged to go to the room that is next door if you have not already collected your DSA to do that. And then there have been some technical issues regarding the badges for IFE tomorrow, for those who will be going. And you're now also being encouraged to go to the registration desk at the ADNEC tomorrow morning to pick those off if you don't already have them. Okay. Thanks, and we'll reconvene in the atrium. Is it atrium? Yes. Yeah, where in the plenary room. Thank you.
No, sorry.